Good morning, guys. How's everyone doing today? Big fucking drop overnight. She's got a nice bounce. Mm. Ooh. Okay, that's not too bad. FSLR is a little bit choppy. Is that just NVIDIA? No. Apple. Interesting. Short calls pulling back into market open. Fuck yeah. Meta doing a doink. To fuck with the suck. Dork, I hope your hedge is printing. World War III just started. North Korea is selling balloons filled with poo over South Korea. Excuse me? What do you mean you can barely hear me? Turn your volume up. You said be wary of a bounce. How high do you think they can get it? I'm not sure they can, but if we were to get back over 5280, we could get back to 5300. So it really depends if like long puts on the 0 DTE side squeeze off here. So support at 25, but it's weak. Weak support at 25. Fucking IWM's almost down 200 basis points. QQQ doesn't look so hot either. CrowdStrike's ripping, which is cool. FSLR gonna maybe find support at 70. Tested support in the pre-market. Huh. We turn the volume up, but when we get ear blasted when the ads come on, I already have my mic as loud as it'll go. Citadel is no longer supporting Bybit. That's interesting. CrowdStrike is not cool unless you're into collectible action figures. I mean, are they of me? Check DMs. What do you got, Dork? Is RC doing a share offering of SPX? Brutal. You know, there's people who didn't sell their GME Odoristan. Carvana's down like another 1% today. AMKBY is cool though. Why do all the boring multi-year plays run after I buy 10% of my allocation? Probably because yields skyrocketed again. What's below 5250? On SPX? Puts? Bunch of puts. We opened below monthly, like the monthly gamma neutral, which is at 52.75. 74. Are NVIDIA and FSLR going to save the market? Probably not. No. NVIDIA's up like 20% and the market's down. Bounce for AMD off 165 again. I'm not sure I would touch AMD. Not only did we get a 175 test yesterday, but indexes are both failing. And QQQ is down hard. QQQ is down like, no, well, it's not as bad as it was, but it's down like 70 BPS now. A little bounce, not enough. Genghis, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Thoughts on them taking advantage of the vol spike to shoot us back up and squeeze us to a new high? Why is this time different? It's not necessarily. It's probably something to be very wary of. Why won't Netflix die? I don't know. Are you short Netflix? That seems dangerous. Apple's running a bit. Tesla. Not Google. Not AMD. Microsoft's kind of weak. Nvidia's weak. Tech's moving towards like defensives, like Google, Microsoft, Netflix, Apple. So like, well, the more defensive side. What's BNet doing? It's hanging out. Jimmy's getting wrecked. Carvana had a nice little bounce. And Phase is bouncing. Let's see. If we lose 65, probably headed straight to 50. Amazon's kind of holding up. To the upside, it's going to be pretty hard to break 75 and 85. Projected off 65. Is that going to keep failing? Yeah, it doesn't look particularly great. Failing on the daily as well. Biggest risk here is like vol crushes and squeezes out the long puts. Although it doesn't appear that vol's crushing right now, so it might not be a concern. What do you on? I don't know. Was any data from China last night? Down against the dollar, but the dollar's rocketing. Euro and pound are down against the dollar too. That's because yields are fucking. The 10-year's already back at 4.6. Yes, it might have a little support around like 52.73. After that, straight down to like 52.57. There's not a lot of support in between here and there. The next really big supports are like 52.57, 52.41, 52.40. Surely they'll try to bounce here. They could try. Is the market down because of NVIDIA? No. No. The market's down because the long positioning is failing. They've oversold vol, and their diminishing returns are no longer keeping up with the pace of call selling. Ditch AMD, still holding end phase or same deal, index down, stock down. End phase should be a bit more durable. It definitely doesn't have the same kind of exposure to indexes that AMD does. And it seems to be holding up a little bit. FSLR is kind of holding up too. I mean, they're both down a chunk today, but it's not nearly as bad as a lot of other stuff. Cat's down 1%. Humana dropped 4%. Holy shit. Rough. Goldman's down 1%. Costco's down. Nvidia's down 2%, which is rough. Hmm. Yeah, IWM does not look good. Neither does Dow. Yeah, it's rough. Yeah, yields are moassing. Well, both the 2 and the 5-year yesterday printed big fat tails. The morning gaps in SPX typically fill the same day. No, sometimes they do, but it's definitely not always. It's not selling for no reason. It's because the long positioning on the index is failing and we're starting to squeeze out short puts. I'd say it's mostly mechanical, but it's also because financial conditions are tightening very rapidly. Can Hum recover, or is it better to roll June calls? It's probably better to roll June calls. The drop overnight was huge. It wasn't huge. It was moderate, but we did drop overnight. We're only $20 lower than yesterday's. Well, not even $15 lower than yesterday's low. So it's actually not that big of a deal. What's up, Rims and Sims? 1 second. Ah, yes. Nothing like answering your door and losing $300. That's my favorite. Get wrecked. I'll be okay, Dork. That's my cat and my girlfriend. You just described my trading strategy. Nice. Hmm. You know, I'm not sure this bounce is gonna last. Interesting. Delta's kind of falling apart a little bit at the test. Is it shitty enough that I don't want to play the upside? Just re-enter the puts in a minute. Because they're selling off pretty hard. Fix back under 14. Should be a little bit bullish. Fuck. Is Carvana going green? I don't know. Bounced? Small bounce? Doing a little bit of a bounce. Might be some put capitulation. Repositioning. Tested 100, which is a pretty important level. Uh, 192. This is the Fable AMD entry. If the bounce continues a little bit, I'll say it again for those of you in the back. I would be very, very, very fucking careful with AMD with indexes dropping. Things are getting ever so slightly more bearish here. But I don't necessarily trust them. Delta's still negative here. Everything's negative. But maybe we're getting a bit too much put capitulation. I feel like if we do break up here, it's just going to rip. Not seeing a lot of out-of-the-money calls get loaded, though. So it's mostly on the short vol side. A little bit of buying on the 75. Apple's still trying to push up. QQQ's failing. Maybe just stay away from it. But 70 is a major level. If we lose that again, it should be pretty bad. Hmm. G Square, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Fantastic. I appreciate it, man. Welcome back. I don't think Intel's a good buy. Richmond Fed out. I don't think anyone really cares about the regional Fed reports right now, but some slight improvement there. I know, quite a bit of improvement. That's not too bad. Dallas services might be more important. But I think the only thing that's really going to matter today is going to be the auctions. Maybe the Beige book. Those are going to be later today, though. Kind of having a hard time pulling back from VIX 14. How's FSLR doing? Trying to push back above 80. End phase is recovering a bit. Hmm. Honestly, this just seems like consolidation around the 70 level, the EMA rising. It'll probably break up, but maybe not. Yeah, yeah, there's a bit of consolidation here. Are you watching like the EMA 20? I feel like Apple's the only thing holding QQQ up here. Carvana looks like it's gonna fail again. And there's like a there's like a lot of fucking puts at 52.75. Stay away from Beyond until Reg Show again. Yeah, that was kind of my intention. That's a breakdown. This thing was wicking all over. Yeah, it's annoying. Stay away from beyond until Rick show you. Moment of truth. This looks maybe bearish. Maybe. Tentatively. Hmm. Mm, no, looks like they're gonna reverse it. Still a put wall there. Are bears weaker than bulls in this climate? No, not necessarily. Bears are definitely better positioned here. But bulls are persistent and they have some vol to sell, which is annoying. It still seems that there's enough puts at 75 to stall out the price action. Just not enough puts to drive prices down. We really need to get below 270, which we came close to in the last drop. So maybe this rejection will lead to something more meaningful. If we do get below 270 and we can drop, I don't think there's any reason for us to stop till we get to like 255 or 250. Break to the upside. There's resistance at 285. Not too much at 280 though. FSLR just doesn't care. I mean, yeah, it's not super exposed. This made 4% of the port, up $104. Shirt is off. Nice. Jamie Dimon says the board should decide what is in the best interest of the company. Importance of CEO chairman split is overstated. There's no magic formula for succession. I'll do the right thing. Market share matters in terms of profitability. Chance of stagflation is higher than most people think. And credit has been the best it has ever been. Interesting. It's sunny outside. Go long FSLR and end phase. No. 104 port total port. Oh, I see. You're killing it. So Diamond's just out here saying bearish shit. No one cares. Hmm. Apple looks like it might be failing. Lower high. That's going to be pretty important. QQQ doesn't look super hot. We might get another test of 57.50. This would be interesting. I should probably have a buy order for the upside. Oh, God, I hate this. Oh my God, FSLR stronger than anything. It's still stacked at 280. This isn't exactly easy to trade. Yep. Here's the breakout. They're shorting the fuck out of that strike. That's just above gamma neutral. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, AMD is way too risky to trade right now. Looks like Beyond is no longer on the NASDAQ reg show list. Nice. So it's like 22 days. Why do you think it's too risky? You mentioned it can be volatile when the market's dropping a bit, but why is it more risky than other tech stocks? It doesn't have any support below the 170 strike. And it's extremely ETF and index exposed. Far more so than a lot of other tech stocks. This is the big push. They did it. They tried to bait everybody. Rude. You guys see that shit? Alright. We're above gamma neutral. That was a bear trap. Fortunately for me, I got stopped out of my puts before it bounced. They need to short vol a lot harder here. Otherwise, their bear trap's going to turn into a bull trap. They should have a little bit of stability above the put wall. Delta's not back to positive yet though, so there's some chance things can fail. Hmm. Or yields. 10 years a little bit back below 4.6. 5 years still above 4.6. The 3-month is at 5.4. So we're just pricing in one rate cut now for 2024 flat. How the fuck did I get filled at 315? Where does the delta turn positive approximately? That's tough. It's 52 like 77, 78. Right about where we got rejected. Apple and Amazon are like fucking 90% of this. Did Nvidia turn around? A little bit. It's a good opportunity to at least try to squeeze the puts. Are you still watching EPAM? Yeah, I gotta roll my position out to September though. which I'll try to do, but I think we're gonna get a correction. So I'm gonna stay away from long tech for a little bit. FSLR looks fine. I mean, it's held up all morning. It's back above 280. There we go. If we push just a little higher here, we can start to get the gap fill. Does this still count as a GN bounce? Yeah, I mean, or at least this would be, right? The test, like the test of GN and then up. There's GN on the weekly again, back at 5303. Don't forget, gamma neutral still just means increased volatility, right? It doesn't mean like full bear. It's bad because increased volatility tends to be inverse price improvement on the SPX. Excuse me. But the market maker is still buying the upside move, right? So what you tend to get below gamma neutral is just really wide ranges. More than anything else. Cleveland Fed names former Golden partner Hammock as president. Oh, interesting. Is he going to be doing speeches? Of course he is. Yesterday's being action shows enough pressure on the stock, or is a large buy and still needed prior to the June date. It's not it doesn't necessarily need a large buy-in, and shorts just need to keep the lid on the price until the June date. I heard a banana hammock. That's correct. Dork's still on about meta. I know. The last name Hammock doesn't really inspire Latino representation on the Fed, though. New year, new name. FSLR is the one true stock, not meta dork. Not inaccurate. Alright, Nvidia's going back to 1150. IWM still looks like a wet bag of shit. Enphase has a nice consolidation, and FSLR clearly wants to go to 300. Dirk's like that 2-year-old that's showing off the cat turd he just grabbed from the litter box and cries when you're not proud of him for it. DM that to Jay Fresh. Nor does a forename like Beth. Unless his name's Bethanuel. You never know. Can you look at UPS? Yeah, oh shit, you asked me yesterday. Sorry, I forgot. Ah. UPS looks like it's cratering. If it loses support at 135, it could get back to like 113. Their their margins have been rough lately. I know I listened to a little bit of their last earnings call. Their forward guidance did not sound positive. Yeah, I mean, UPS is basically just selling off at this point. I'm not sure where the bottom is for that, but it's not close to spot. Jesus. Yeah, UPS is just kind of crashing. Maybe support at 35. I mean, that seems to be the most, like 30, 35 seems to be the most logical level here. But if it fails that, back down to the low 100s. Why the fuck is this breakout taking so long? No problem, Lizard King. Yeah, the MM on that is like long Vana across the whole chain, but fortunately, there's simply not that much options interest. It looks like a few days ago, short puts started piling in, and now they're getting squeezed out. All right, the 180 break. 180 is important, right? Well, not as important as 85. All right, if this gets above 85, should be able to fill the entirety of the gap. Slowest breakout ever. It really fucking is. There's a lot of puts, to be fair. And they don't want to be squeezed. Anything stopping FSLR? Well. Oh, well. Gamma Max is at like 293. A few more puts came in, but I think those are getting shaken off here. No, on the weekly expiration, it's got a pretty clean path to 300 now. Like, once it gets above 85, it can just rocket. There's really not a lot of resistance at that point. Should we go long here? God, they're so expensive. Oh, that's why it's so hard. Interesting. Hmm. Two DTEs, $5 out of the money, or $4. Oh, nice. Actual rejection. Who let Carvana bounce off 100? I don't know. But 100's like a huge level. There's a shitload of open interest there, so it makes sense that it's a support. Okay. So I could enter on a rejection here. That seems pretty fun. Can you guys chill about Carvana? They only have like 1 week of theta, Dr. Drake. Why are the Bulls trying to fuck this up? We had an overnight drop. We're supposed to spend the entire day bear flagging back to spot. I see it starting to run out of steam. Yeah, a little bit of resistance. There's still a couple more put walls to the upside. They're just smaller. I go make coffee and the market just walks up while Meta stays flat. It dropped $15 in a few days. Of course it was going to have a little bounce. A week? I didn't know you were all rich. I'm so funny. Anything that's not SCX, I'm buying at least 30 days. Anything SPX, paying for at most an hour of theta. Where did Buffett buy Oxy? Down at like 56, 54. BNet's doing a thing. It's starting to do a thing. I mean, it's only up 2 cents. You're getting short calls coming in. That's not good. Those are going to be difficult to squeeze out. Delta's still just slightly positive. I'm having a hard time walking vol down, too. Short calls on SPX? Yeah. 80, 85. $90. A little bit at the 90, too. Not exactly shy. That's exactly what's happening. What? Oh, we're bear flagging all day back to spot. I think I found one of your GME CCs at Ross Dress for Less. That's where I keep them. Don't tell anyone. Short calls on SPX. Yeah, on SPX. Entering back into AMD if it breaks 170. Possibly. Nah, actually, nah. I'll wait till after GDP. Alright, Bulls are going to try to push again, I think. FSLR finna bus. It's got a pretty clear shot to 290, 295. There's a lot of weeklies building up. Why do the 2 and 5 year auctions matter, but others don't? Others do. They're just, their size has been reduced. So, the big effects from last year's like 20 and 30-year auctions have been massively reduced because they're simply not offering that many of them, right? Those auctions are all like 20, 30 billion, sometimes like 40. Yeah, the 2 and 5 were 70 billion each. Yellen wants to walk the tightrope. Yeah. I, I just I just don't think she wants to find out what'll happen if she dumps 70 billion of the 30-year on the market. We do. I said she doesn't. She doesn't want to find out. Remember, they don't want the banks to fail. And the 10 years up 2%. The 2030 only 1.3. What do? I don't know. Just keep watching the yield curve invert harder. Holy shit. Dork. USD JPY broke all-time high. The swap is live. If SPX goes to 5,300, that'd be cool. Then when I sell for profit, I can say, that's what's up. It's so bullish. The carry trade's above all-time highs, but the forward yield on vol is still negative 1.9. It's fine. It means they're leveraging up the carry trade to try to push volatility down to keep VIX from going into backwardation. They have to lean on the carry trade because their margins are going to be, well, their margin leverage is going to be really tight because yields are up. Rage against the dying of the light. I saw Giga Chads are getting NASDAQ $20,000 hats. Slash serious. I mean, I want one. What are the odds of another Great Depression in the next 1 to 3 years? Decent. Okay, serious question. Is Meta breaking 480 today? I don't know. Seems loose. I'm gonna gouge my eyes out. I don't think that needs to be the reaction. Mm, maybe. I think there's just a lot of sold calls at 180. I mean, that's why you, or 480. The sold calls are why you bought that contract, right? I bought a custom jersey and put Neo 100 on it when Neo was at 55. He's not standing Zuck today. He was earlier. Lower high on SPX. Ever so slightly, yeah. But still bullish consolidation. Serious question. Will we even get a test of 5285? We'll see. It really just depends on how hard they lever up and push, right? They're trying to push vol down, so it seems reasonable that we could. Futures, if futures can get above 5300, maybe push back into the trend around like 5306, which should put us at like 5290. Did we just lose positive delta? Very close. Yeah, we did. Briefly. Alright, so bulls need to reverse this, or it's gonna probably collapse again. Hmm. Ooh, up 10% now. This is so dumb. What the heck are bulls doing? Fighting for their lives? It keeps failing, and I keep selling CSPs. Any sign of a turnaround? I don't see why we'd get one in the near term. Seems like support's around $2. ES could pull back to 52.88 still. That would suck. A lot of trading on this during Globex. It's been profit taking on it since about 10:30. Probably look at the 85 strike. Let's see if anything's improving on that front. Still a decent amount of volume. The upside strikes. Put and call volume's fairly equal though. Delta's just a little bit negative here. Yeah. Gamma's like the only thing still holding this up. They're having a hard time fighting back against the selling the down ticks. This is tense. It's really important. I know it's moving slow, but these are big levels. The scale of America to North Korea, how bad is it that they're failing to close the gap? Hmm. Maybe like Rhodesia? Motherfucker. Hmm. Upside gap. I don't know if it matters. It's like 52.88 SES, like another dollar. Mm. Can bulls catch this, or did they botch it? Could be pretty bad. Mix is back above 14. Hmm. Mm. They might have fucked it up. If we lose 70, that's probably the end for them, right? Because all of their short puts are at 70, 65. Forward yield on vol is like fucking 0.7 now, negative 0.7. So they're losing control of the vol short, which is pretty fucking bearish. EPM's green on the day. Market saved. I was finally going up. Nice. At least it found some support. Interesting. 174.55. It should roll out to like September 190, 200 here. Hmm. Trying to save it at 70. See, the longer we stay under 75, the worse this gets, right? Because the charm. Those put walls are going to start pushing down on price. Even at 175, there's still a lot of charm decay. From like the 80, 85, 90 puts. Since we get past like 12:30, 1 o'clock, if we're still at these levels, it's gonna push down. It's gonna push down pretty significantly on the price. Or it may not matter if they're able to catch the knife on tech or not. Chop until auctions. Some, yeah. What do we got first? The FRN at 11:30. Yeah. And then the 7 years at 1. And then we have Beige book at 2. Like Williams is speaking at 145. Interesting. So Hammock's replacing Mester. She was a global treasurer of Goldman Sachs, the co-head of U.S. interest rate products cash trading, which included bonds, agencies, and mortgage pass-throughs. She joined Sachs in 1993 as an analyst in capital markets, then moved to interest rate products trading desk, where she traded a variety of instruments focused primarily on options and later agencies. She was named a managing director in 2003 and a partner in 2010. She's an AB in quantitative economics and history from Stanford. She's head of short-term macro and global repo trading. Goldman getting some insiders in there to make sure that estimates stay dovish. Our market's supposed to go up 25% a year when news has been mostly bad for that year. No, sorry, popcorn. I don't make it the way it is. You ever take a Whopper and dip it in ranch from Wingstop and wash it down with a Frosty from Wendy's? Me neither, but I can't say that I haven't thought about it. Why don't you just dip your Whopper in the Frosty? Can you draw a dotted line at 70? We need to drop a bit below 70. Like, we need to lose like that level. There, you put holes in that. 105.95 bear puts on Carvana. Tell me why I'm dumb. Because you could have shorted Carvana when it was at 110 or 115. Am I a Neanderthal? I mean, only if you actually dip a Whopper in a Frosty. I just bought one FSLR 135p Gen 2025. Interesting. Yen's at 157.56. Dollars back above 105. Two-years almost at 5%. Of course the market can go down. Long Vana. What, on SPX? Down at like 240. I don't have anything left on BNAD. I've been out of BNAD since it broke $1. Yeah, QQQ doesn't look particularly great. Neither does AMD or NVIDIA. How's Apple? Apple looks kind of shitty too. I remember you saying this wasn't supposed to be a squeeze play about your beanhead. Did you get out? Yeah, I sold everything. It went up like fucking 700%. Why would I keep any of it? GoEV shorting. Okay, listen, nothing has happened on GoEV's price for the last month that bears talking about. Nothing. It's just flat. Slightly down. Why does everybody... I just want to know why everyone feels the need to tell me about its like 10-cent fluctuations every day. Hello, is this the Pentagon? I'd like to report a crime on GoEV. I bought 10 $25 Jan 25 UBS puts. Okay, that's not bad, but that's you bought them because you think they're somehow exposed to GameStop, which is a stupid thesis. People don't know how long 3 to 6 months is anymore. I blame TikTok. Yes, I'll hold broke me. I guess people don't realize it's basically a penny stock for now. It's not even an interesting penny stock. Ooh. Head and shoulders on SPX. It's looking a bit head and shouldery. I mean, everything kind of is. Except Amazon. Amazon looks bullish as fuck. And CrowdStrike. AMD's got a nice little bear flag going. Delta neutral's 104 on Carvana? No, that was yesterday. What's it at today? 103.68. Gamma neutral's at 110. Hmm. Delta's still negative. It's falling off. No, positioning's not moving around too much. No, the knife isn't secured yet. How do they have to pump this into the auction, right? I mean, that's kind of what they've done, right? Although I don't see the T or FRN being particularly good. Remember, tails are reversed on the floating rate notes. Did you answer my question on gold? I saw you say something about gold and pulling back. I laughed to myself. I'm just kidding. If it fails the trend, yeah, it's possible. That was a pretty weak bounce. The currency risks are going up again, which could mean more central bank buyers. Yeah, MOUT's super index exposed also. Nice recovery today, despite the failure of the trend there. Interesting. I had to leave during that drop and got stopped on my calls. I've gotten stopped on practically everything today. This is definitely one of those days where I'm glad that I straddle at night. Because the intraday price action sucks. Are you getting back into AMD at 170? I'm not sure AMD is going to get back to 170. I had to leave during the job. I had a dream that AJ wrote a book called Market Makers, Makers of Markets, and gave his interpretation of option strategies and arbitrage. He also put a fake endorsement from Gherkin on the cover. Nice. Yeah, we missed the gap. That's pretty bearish, actually. Also, auction time? Hmm. Hmm. Do you think AMD could come back before August? It depends on if we get a correction in indexes, which we're very close to. I don't wanna understate how high the risk is here. PCE and GDP could turn that around, but we're not in a bullish spot by any means. PCE's before market open on Friday. You still holding any end phase September calls? I still have my 150s and 140s. You just think Zom to keep drilling down, or is this a fake out with increasing geopolitical action in the Middle East? I don't think it's a fake out. I think Zom is hugely index exposed, right? Indexes aren't doing too well. So even though crude's up, it's not necessarily going to have like negative beta. Is Barrick a buy here? I don't know if it's a buy. It's a way to play gold miners. Isn't April's drop to 5,000 a healthy pullback? Yahoo Finance wouldn't lie to me. I mean, it was a pullback. It was a small correction. FSLR turnaround, maybe. Starting to break up a little bit. Core 1 month is rocketing. Yep. It's getting harder to keep a lid on vol. Where the fuck are the auction results? There we go. Spread 0.15. 85% allotted at high. Index rate 5.245. Interesting. Bull's gonna try to use this info like it's good. No, I think they're just trying to keep the market from failing. So what happens long term with the cost of healthcare and elder care specifically? I mean, I assume they just skyrocket, right? Unless we just start killing off the old people. The 7-year auction's at 1 o'clock. I keep buying 5250s. Help. Holy fuck, today's boring. That's too bearish for an all-day bull flag. And too bullish for just a straight drop to 5200. Hmm. 5280 still support. Apple still looks like it's gonna fail. The video looking any better? Not much. 5125 on that. Hey, Netflix is up almost 2%. uh, I like how USD JPY keeps rising. Well, they keep trying to short vol. That's not successfully. Right? It's really hard to keep up with yields rising, because the demand for long vol is just going to keep picking up as long as yields are rising. So it's pretty equilateral. Am I the only person in the world shorting a video? No. I need the pickle jar to send some good vibes for my dad who got diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. Ah, shit, I'm so sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. Yeah, that's sad. Sending bad vibes to cancer. It was just trying to be the contrarian, huh, Derek? I hope he has. I hope he has an easy path through treatment and stuff. That can be rough. BNet is moassing. It's not moassing. It's up a bit. Hmm. Can we fucking fail 5267 already and get this show on the road? Why are we even trading here? The next bankruptcy play? BNet wasn't a bankruptcy play. I thought they wouldn't go bankrupt. I'm not gonna be able to trade until next Tuesday. How long of a straddle should I buy tonight? A month? Next Tuesday? Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, MM is letting people buy more puts before they get too expensive. So considerate of them. God, this is fucking dull. Was there a tail? Just we just had the FRN. It was not very interesting. With stocks fairly priced, focus needs to shift to 2025, RBC says. These analysts need to be in prison. Or at least blocked from sharing their thoughts publicly. Floating rate note. Did you buy any Casey puts after that one guy in Discord said something about having a missed earnings next month? No. The options chain is terrible on that. Well, the 7 might not get a tail, right? Because bonds repriced. Will BNED MOASS after crossing 741? How dare you? I dared. I'm hungry. I'm hungry and bored. Wait, don't go for food. I just got a screaming deal on a 5270p. No, you didn't. BNED can't fail. They're actively recruiting me. They don't know I'm no longer holding any exposure. What price on BNED would you enter calls at? Eh. 80 cents? Maybe 75? Is BNED still a thing? I was sure that was a flash in the pan. I mean, shorts aren't out yet. That's kind of the problem with it. They shorted a bunch and they've got price kind of under control, but they can't get out until the offering is done. So they're still stuck. They need the liquidity. Another hour of sideways trading.
It's kind of what I'm thinking. That's why I want to go make a sandwich. Do I want a sandwich? Yeah, sandwich sounds good. I got some new olives that I want to try. Some sort of other treat. Oh my god. This fucking sucks. BNID 50 cent sold put for June is just free money? No? How? If the whole chat full ported $1 BNID calls, would it go up? Obviously not. Thoughts on Salesforce? I mean, I hate Salesforce. Earnings tonight, so I'm not touching it just yet, but its balance sheet is confusing. Why is it confusing? I just got to chat. You may have covered this. What are the implications of the GME June 21 $20 131,000 contracts? They're just short vol. They're just shorting the volatility down. And they got a bunch more yesterday to short down. When they get them out of the money, at some point, they'll close them. I love how you can tell who doesn't know about the split on BNED by them asking about the 50 cent puts. Yep. Is SPX going back to 5,300 today? No, it's not impossible. Unlikely, but not impossible. Probably will depend largely on the 7-year auction. Or maybe we'll just go back to 5,300 because GDP is tomorrow. Because the market to go down overnight, there was no support left at like 5,300, 5,295. Triple top on SPX. What? Like what? On the 1 minute? No, that's not real. Stop making shit up. No problem, Mac. Yeah, they've just been shorting vol and the volatility spikes and selling big blocks of the in the money contract. Everyone thinks they're bot. There's some like secret whale, but it's not. And it's nothing we haven't seen on GME before. It's just super stock acting surprised about things that have happened over and over and over again. The $20 call sold here on a drop to like 19 is like 100% return. Yeah, I think GDP results tomorrow are going to be pretty important. What are your expectations for GDP? Analyst consensus is that it's going to be down again. I think PMIs indicate it could be a little hotter than expected, and PCE is going to be way the fuck up. That's what I was reading last night. All these UBS and Credit Swiss cheese algos on Superstock. Those people are so fucking stupid. The Credit Suisse exposure was to Archegos, which was a long fund. How are you positioning for GDP? Well, I'm going to buy a straddle tonight. That's probably about it. Also, I'm not going to be here tomorrow. Well, I might be, but later in the day. You think there's a decent chance we see the low for the day? For today? It's possible. But if we stay under 52.75 for the next like hour, it's gonna start to get pretty rough. They still freak out when Citadel reports securities sold not yet purchased. Like it's bullish for GME. Yeah, they don't understand credit. It's illegal for you to not be here. I've gotten accustomed to hearing your voice while I stare at the SCX options chain and can't go back to trading in silence. Well, I gotta go finalize a bunch of shit at the house tomorrow. And with traffic and shit, it's probably gonna take me all fucking day. Are you evicting me? I told you already, Trash. You can live in the pool. Is the pool finished? Supposedly, it's like curing. Just use fast travel. You've already discovered the location. Oh, Jesus. Chlorinated, but we're putting in a salt system. All of the like the pump and the filter and all of that stuff are just old as fuck. So we replaced that, replaced all the plumbing, and then poured new concrete. I wouldn't call it upgrading. I would just say that I've stopped the flow of water from the Long Island Sound into the pool. How do you get little fish and crabbos in the pool? You'll have to stock it yourself. That's fine. Take an Uber helicopter. I don't get in fucking helicopters. I have too much money for that shit. How are you gonna stir your shrimp now? Still gonna sell it, or do you want to be able to tell your neighbors I vacation on Long Island? First of all, that's not the brag that you think it is. And yeah, I'm gonna try to get it sold by this summer. Kirk doesn't want to end up like that Iranian president, or Kobe, or all of the other rich people that have died in helicopters. I could have got you a salt system cheap and install. It wasn't that much money. Like he got like he just does the concrete, so he doesn't really do like the plumbing and all of that. But he did, and he did like the pump and the salt system at cost. So he got me all the stuff, but I gotta have somebody come in and hook it all up. Was it bad that when I heard about the Iranian president, the first thing, yeah, FSLR is just like pinned to support at 80. It's having a hard time breaking up. Skiing on helicopters are the most dangerous things in the world if you're rich. That and submarines. At what point does BOJ stop short vol from destroying their currency? Well, they intervened last time and just blew up like $40 billion, so they may be a little bit slower to do it this time. Let me teach you how to make the pool repairs part of your home office expenses. Can I just put a laptop in the pool house? I mean, so you got a concrete guy to do your plumbing. So he just replaced the plumbing that was already there, as far as like what had to be installed in the concrete, but he didn't do the rest of it. He got me all the parts, but I gotta find somebody to come out and install that. I think I'm just gonna turn it into a skate park. That'd be way cooler, right? Yeah, it still looks like we're gonna fall pretty hard. You're really focused on the engulfing candle and not the cause. Wait until I unveil my next business plan for a submarine ski resort. Thanks, Tobeans. Why not monetize the house with OnlyFans models? I could try. The neighbors, though? I don't even know if anybody lives there. I think they're all just Verbo rentals. There's like an old couple down the block that I think still live in their home. I feel like OnlyFans is about run its course at this point. It's downhill from here. Yeah, if we're going into a depression, I mean, seems like I should just be trying to legislate prostitution and just open a cat house. Maybe they'll bring back prohibition. I can turn it into a gin mill. Are any of the bodies on Glug Beach yours? Didn't they catch that guy? Illegal cat house seemed like a sleep easy. Exactly. OnlyFans will collapse once the crypto bros run out of money. Could you skate the pool? I mean, the walls aren't too steep. It probably could. Not me, personally. I'd break something. Ugh. What do you mean beyond MOASS? Are they covering on Beyond again? Hmm. Still needs to get above $8 to really do anything. Came off Reg Show. Sometimes it gets a little bounce after that. I don't know if I'd chase it though. Is that thick line on SPX 65? Where? This one? 67? When did Beyond get off Reg Show? Last night, I think. Rip my 50 to 80 calls. Just rip any option bought today. that's that's the story of today. Beyond puts, why? So you can capture the 30-cent move back down? What about a cover? Most towns require a cover that's like 3K to 5K. Loop lock are the best. Oh, I don't need a cover because it's an indoor pool. Well, sort of indoor. It's in like a big fucking greenhouse. Where is spot? Spot's the price it's currently trading at. 52.70. You know, once you put it up for sale, someone here is gonna find it. I'm not gonna list it. I know a real estate person. They're just gonna fucking get me a buyer. I'm not stupid. Usually. There's actually a tanning bed in the fucking basement, but it's from like the 70s. I'm pretty sure if you turn it on, it just instantly gives you skin cancer. Those are the good ones. No, you just don't have it listed on MLS, trash. They got off beyond. They got off beyond, off reg show way faster than the last time. The run was smaller than the last one. I wonder if that trend will continue for the next cycle. Maybe. It smells like burnt fish. What does? How much is the home gonna go for? I don't know. 2.3, 2.5. If I watch Wall Street Bets all day and inverse, I should be rich. No? Maybe. He's just gonna think really hard about selling it until it manifests into existence. Exactly. Is the 10-year just squeezing? You mean crashing? Higher close would be better. I do live in an apartment. I thought your house was going to host single mom OnlyFans models. I'm just thinking that there's not a lot of money left in that market. Selling my house. Should you make like a 150% profit on the house? Like 830% before taxes? If you host house OnlyFans models, couldn't you create a non-profit, as this would be charity? Cobra? The man has a point. What's a bull trap? However, will I recoup the cost of my webcam and ring light? I loaned him 300K. What about only librarians? I don't know if we need to go that route. Jen's been doing pretty well as a trader. How do you make 800% profit on 300K if you sell for 2 mil? 2.3 to 2.5. What's 150% of 300K, AJ? Hold on, guys. He's gonna figure it out. $17. I can't get over the fact that if that guy just bought Netflix sleeps instead of whatever weekly bullshit he got, he'd be up millions right now. Wait, who's that? Oh, yeah. I mean, he was long Netflix, just wrong time. He's autistic. It feels wrong to make fun of the disabled. In his case, somehow, no. 1 second. Still got 20 minutes. Pump into auction? I'm not really even sure it's that much of a pump. Delta's a little bit positive, but it's probably not going to last. Might be too early. That might be the actual issue. You left for 5 minutes, canceled the crash. We weren't crashing. Wouldn't Meta pump when they beat earnings? I'm just having a bread and olive sandwich. Well, my bread delivery arrived. Was your straddle going to be put heavy or 50-50? 50-50, but probably like 2 DTE calls and 14 DTE puts. Actually, you know what? I might just buy the puts for OPEX. If we close at 5,300, I can just keep my calls from yesterday. What do bulls want to see from GDP tomorrow? Lower growth and lower PCE. Bears want red hot growth, red hot PCE. Did you see the Wu-Tang leak about GME? No. But of all the idiotic theories that Superstock has spun up, which is most of them, the Wu-Tang NFT dividend was by far the stupidest. Wow, one of the stupidest. There's no reason both can't be true, guy who's bored. GME Marketplace makes less than the average OnlyFans girl. But they brought the NFT Marketplace back? Who gives a shit? Who publishes their source code in their website? Nerds, that's who. Full of shills? Well, you know, a bunch of shills and one complete idiot. I know the real Gherk believes in MOASS. You've got to be trolling. I don't believe in things. Ryan Cohen buys all stocks. What? Meme reference? Sounds dumb. I don't know what'll happen at the auction. It's a decent sized one, but not as big as the ones yesterday. The Fed bid 2.6 billion. There's a decent number of short calls on FSLR at 80, 85. Not too many. If it breaks out above 85, there's basically no resistance. But there's plenty of puts at like 280, 280, 250, 277.50. At least on the weekly expiration, right? So any failures tend to get dragged down pretty hard. But a breakout could run. So still just watching 85. Thoughts on BTU in the coming months? It seems like the yearly May, June dip buying opportunity is past. Seems to be recovering. We'll see. It's back above 23 again. Still very dependent on China. Although supposedly India has some infrastructure plans. And there's some speculation that they'll be opening some new coal plants. They're going to have to power their sovereign AI somehow. Is there anything you want to automate in your reports? I like to automate talking to GME bag holders about their conspiracy theories.
Like a Gherk soundboard. GME is safer than my bank. GME is down 7% over the last year. Your bank's maybe not great, but at least they pay 1.5% interest. So no. I didn't say year to date. Are you deaf? What about 5 year? That's like 800%. You didn't own GME 5 years ago. You bought it after it squeezed, thinking you would get rich. We still have any end phase positions? 120, 140, 150 September. July and September. 120s are July. Getting a free share of GME from Robinhood when you opened your account in 2018 does not count as being a GME purchaser. Yupper probably has a cost basis of 465. Yeah, I know. I'm comfy. You're a liar. The only way to get your cost basis that low selling GME covered calls is if you sold them deep in the money, which nobody completely insane like you would ever do. I didn't paper hand. I sold for a profit. Why didn't you sell for more of a profit? Well, I was going to file my taxes. It was December. Seemed like a good time. Auction results aren't up yet. The auction did start, though. 4.637% yield before auction. Yupper's giving me flat earth guy vibes.
Excel gives me the zoomies. I bask in Gherk's intellect like a shingleback skink under a heat lamp. Almost like what Kenny's been doing. What, making money? Yeah, pretty awesome. Read what, you crazy fuck? Is this a double top? Well, it's two tests of the same level. Good to cover 2.43 against the prior 2.48. Oh. Printed a tail. Jesus. 13 points. Is the market gonna crash? I hope so. Is that a good thing? We'll think about that later. Yepper was even too crazy for the Dans. He got kicked out from behind the dumpster. Makes sense. Are we the worst pickle jar class you've ever had? You're the only one. Can you explain what a tail is? Yeah, so you have the yield going into the auction, and then the yield at the auction, or the high yield at the auction. And if the high yield at the auction is higher than the yield going into the auction, that's considered a tail, right? So the spread, the difference between the two yields. And it tells you that, you know, A, liquidity is low, B, there are not a lot of buyers at the current price of the, or the current yield, right? And so, since there's less demand for the Treasury, the price of the Treasury should fall. That's a very simplistic breakdown of it, but it's enough to understand what's going on. I think this means some downs into the end of the day. If short vol gets blitzed, yeah, could. Few guys, there could be a worse group. There's no bar. Keep going. Have you looked at Dell? It seems to be moving nicely due to AI bullshit. I'm not sure if it's worth throwing a few bucks at. I haven't looked at it recently, but we talked about it a while back when we were discussing like AI infrastructure plays. And yeah, it's been doing quite well for itself. They do have earnings coming up tomorrow, where they are expected to beat. As far as index exposure goes, there's some risk there. Generally, going long tech when financial conditions are tightening is a big mistake. Despite QQQ's absurd moves over the last like 6 months, it's still extremely interest rate sensitive. And as credit spreads widen and margin collapses, risk assets just go down, regardless of the bullishness. Do bulls have any shot here, or is it over for them today? I mean, it's not over, but the auction was bad, and I think most of today's sentiment was leaning into the auction maybe being flat, or at least some hope that the auction would be flat. We do have GDP tomorrow, so there's still good reason to defend the downside. If for no other reason than just like neutral positioning, right? I don't think the Ministry of Finance wants to do anything about their currency. They're well aware it's in the gutter, but what are they going to do? Throw another fucking 40-50 billion dollars at the FX market and just get it gobbled up? Thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna ban Yupper. Well, here's what I'll do. I'll time him out for 24 hours and see if he's normal afterwards. I don't want to listen to that inane shit all day. Is this situation on top still a liquid or is it dead? Hmm. That's a good question. It's moderately illiquid, but it's dead because it's not above $2. They keep catching the knife. It's what they do best. Curious. I don't know. We still have a little bit more chop here. Momentum's starting to shift to the downside. It's not there yet. It took a while for us to break down after yesterday's action, too. Where's charm positive? Above 52.75. It's still negative, but not as negative. To get back to a range where it's supportive into the end of the day, we'd probably need to be above 52.85 or 52.90. Under 52.75, it's really bad. Like, the decay is going to start to push down on the price. We talked about this earlier. Should we be buying puts on Netflix? I don't even know why Netflix is up. They got some sort of NFL deal or some shit. It's not even like a good deal. It's just like fucking Christmas. Like a Christmas game day. Like one game. Well, I don't know how many games they have on Christmas, but all of the ones they have on Christmas. Yellen's using the auction money to buy FSLR. I mean, yes. The auctions from the Treasury go to support the infrastructure bill, which FSLR is a direct beneficiary of. Can FSLR get to 300 this week? Oh yeah, definitely. We just put a July 19 5300 put. Interesting. In the money. Is the market having a seizure? Well, we just had a pretty fat sale on the 7-year auction. Once again, the poors get fucked. Now they have to pay to watch football on Christmas. Does anyone know what a RICO charge is? Yeah, RICO is the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. It was passed in order to address organized crime. There has to be a pattern of racketeering activity, a criminal enterprise, connections to the criminal enterprise, um, and then that can result in penalties or imprisonment. I think my IQ went down to 7 minutes. Yupper was here. It's okay. You'll be all right. Would losing 70 here make the market poo poo? 70 is important. 68, 67, probably more important. GameStop. All right, Yupper out. It's been nice trying to convince Garrick to talk about GME, but that won't work. Oh, God. If you're tired of BNED, I'll stop. But are BNED shorts vol exposed? Yes. I don't have many IQs to lose, Garrick. In the Ricola Act, instead of whistleblowers, they have a guy who blows a big horn. I could use a Ricola right now. Holy shit, my allergies are getting awful. ADC and ADP were the same price when I looked. 52.75. Why did you unban him, dork? Carl wanted to ban him. No, I banned him. If you get in the way of my ban hammer, you're gonna get hit, alright? I don't want to listen to his insane shit all day. Rico takes a lot to prove, but it enables charging of a much wider range of perpetrators, no matter how tangential. So long as they benefited. Yeah. No, I didn't ban you. Who got banned? Fucking Yupper's alt account. Ooh, Carl, if you want, you could go back and you could ban Yupper. Quick, everyone check if they're banned. I didn't ban you, Brett. Oh, I thought this was all talk about banning me. You would. Narcissistic much? Thanks, Carl. Girk banned Warden to hide the truth that he stole all his followers. I mean, it wasn't hard. Can Bulls just take a half hour off, please? No. So anyway, how's Jimmy's price action affected your outlook for OPEX? Did the DTCC commit international securities fraud? Just put cost in like shares. Is this crime? Ugh. June gang overholders rise up. Are my GME $20 sold calls out of the money yet? Close. The auction is never forgotten. How dare you? Hmm. So Dixie's at 105 5 cents. I kind of just want to dump it. This is so fucking boring. That's just your ADD talking, dork. What happens when the market maker stops buying the video? Why would they stop? What's your cocoa outlook? Gherkin, tell me it's gonna be okay, recession or not. What recession? We're just stimulating the economy into oblivion. Sweet, sweet oblivion. Nvidia has to be approaching its peak now, right? I wouldn't short Nvidia before the split. But because nobody cares about BNet being up 20%. Well, maybe besides you. Oh no, Dork. If you sell that, you're gonna lose everything. Did I get my dividend from PAX yet? Nice. Bruh, the spread. I mean, there's only two prices. There's no there's no spread there. Well, I mean, it's like one tick, right? No one's gonna give that to you. Oh, you're not selling it naked? That's because the shares are worth 5 cents, dork. Can you make pickle jar tarot cards? Man, Squabs, I'm just gonna set you up with a pickle jar Etsy shop. And you can be in control of the merchandise. Gherk action figures, parking lot berry compote or jelly, and pickle jar tarot cards. No, no VWAP hats. Squamska's about to become wealthy. Don't forget Jimmy's plan to make millions in revenue. Wait for it. Funko Pops. Jesus. I can't believe anybody actually buys those fucking things. And yeah, I've dated several girls that keep them on their bookcase or mantle. And it's always some like really stereotypical video game character like Tifa Lockhart. And I'm like, why do you own that fucking thing? It's just a plastic brick that collects dust. Have you ever been with a Squishmallow girl? Oh, let's not talk about that. Have you? Let me ask you this, Potato Tom. Have you ever tried to clean a Squishmallow? Hold up, women have Squishmallows? My daughter has 100 of them. Yeah, there's 25 to 30-year-old women that also have 100 of them. I still have Squishmallows in my apartment. Several of them. I need to throw those out. Yeah, 6 years old is a perfectly acceptable age to own hundreds of Squishmallows. No Gherk, give them a hug. Sell them to the degens here. Tell them they have Gherk's love for $1,000. We're all victims of physics and probably smelling like a squishmallow. My friend worked for Cheesecake Factory and smells like gross pizza oil. Wait, Cheesecake Factory has pizza? Enough red flags to sell the seven C's, right, Captain? I mean, the thing about Squishmallows is by the time you find out they own Squishmallows, you're already horny. Are you talking about adults owning Squishmallows? Yes. Squishmallows can have an aphrodisiac effect. We've all seen Gurk's dating profile. Squish owners are not a surprise. Fair. Can you draw lines on SX to make it go down? No. No, I can't. Was that popular in your Tinder demographic? Well, my Tinder demographic is diverse. It's New York City. It's I wouldn't say it's popular, but there's a particular brand of person that fancies themselves an e-girl that may or may not own way too many squishmallows. But knee-high socks. So it's, it's tough. Girk's at the prime age of 35. Anything from 18 to 40 is a go. Yeah. 18-year-olds are too young. It's weird. Squishmallow girls are also kind of stabby sometimes. Speaking from experience. Interesting. How many of your Tinder photos have you wearing the VWAP hat? 3? 2 days of Gurk holding profits hostage by not drawing lines. What? Yesterday was awesome. Today just sucks. Which is usually what happens after awesome days. I feel like knee-high socks could be separated. You'd think they could be, but no. It's not that I couldn't date 18-year-olds. It's just, why would you want to? How many Tinder photos have trash Dan in them? 2. Did you pay $500 for the super special Tinder? Yeah, absolutely. What happens in special Tinder? People know you have money. Like a blue check mark? Yeah. I don't know. I don't talk to anyone unless they're broken enough. I can only take so much of Mrs. Witherspoon's racquetball match against her sister-in-law. A special Tinder like Tinder for autistic people? Sure. It upgrades to Spender and unlocks the yoga influencer tab. Yeah, it's a bit weird. It's a lot of like it's just a lot of like low level New York City influencers. That's all it is. I thought it would be cool, or I could like work my way up in society. No. It's pretty awful. But I'm not gonna cancel it. I've paid for Pigeon Whale all this time. Cat Lady doesn't post on social media anymore because she thinks the camera is gonna take her soul. Please tell me that's true. It's not entirely untrue. Is she Native American? She's native New England wasp. She's right. Consider your life before the stream. It's kind of the same, minus the stream. Beige book dump? That'd be weird. Have you discussed Beyond being off of Reg Show? Briefly, yeah, but Beyond is off Reg Show. That's 5 words. Beige book's at 2 o'clock. What happened to Cat Lady's friend who got handsy with you? I've seen her on occasion. Is off Reg Show code for buy calls now? No. Is she the one who says micro cheating? No comment. You need to find a girl named Brandy. She'll serve you espresso and wine, and they say brandy. Lots of doo-doos. You're just You're real high on the berries right now, aren't you? Is she still handsy? Mm, try to been trying to avoid those situations when and if possible.
You go EPAN. Hmm.
If I moved to New York, would you show me around or just leave me to the bridge and tunnel crowd? I have a copy and paste Gherk's guidebook to New York City. Um, That's about the best I could do. No one said decliners and advancers. You said that. My parents are having their kitchen remodeled, and I haven't had a proper meal in 6 weeks. I feel like animal control is gonna get a call from me for biting the mailman. Let's go eat some food. I got $775 burning a hole in my port. Where do I deploy it such that it will turn into 50 million in 4 hours? It's a good question. Why can't we just sell off? You get 3/4 of a T-bill. Spy 530p. Uh, what? Ew. Hmm. You fucking heard me. Yeah, I know, but I hate it. Okay, fine. 529. Did you just figure out you don't have enough settled cash for the 530? Wrong. I need the extra 25 to hedge. You buying a NVIDIA 2000 for next week? Dirk just blew out the spread at my 52.90 no contract. Why is 52.72 a fortress? Well, because if we go any lower, Charm's gonna take over and push us down into like 52.50 or 52.15. There's still a shitload of out of the money puts, and they don't want them to squeeze off. Especially the ones that they've been selling all day at 70, 65, and 60. All right, Dork, I have like 30 grand in backed up dividends. What should I do with them? I'm getting 5% on the cash. FSLR calls. I already have a bunch of those. I don't need more. One DTE SPX 5260 puts. Take that money and wire it to me. Venmo's got a cap. Sell more GoEV puts. Interesting. Hmm. What's the yield? 23 days, $2. Only 18 cents. Actually, yeah, last was 18. 9%? 9% seems, that's not terrible, I guess. Check DM. Wait, which one is that? Oh, okay. It's not terrible, but you need Vol to spike hard in the next like 20 days. Hmm. Wait, what's going on? Oh, nice. Well, we filled the upside gap. I don't know. Fed speaker or just pump into Beige book? Pump into whatever is coming next. Beige book's in 7 minutes. Hmm. Alright, dork. Oh, what's this? Spy June 21, 515, 530. Oh, May 530. Wait, that's zero. Or that's one DTE? I don't hate it. Couldn't you get the 2 DTE though? Do Atomic and I need to change our FTD settlement calcs now that stocks settle in T1? Yep. How do big boys make money if vol is shorted? Lots of speedy spreads or just selling? Mostly just option selling, but sometimes lots of speedy spreads. I know someone just exercised 100 of my short BNED calls at 50 cents. They paid 80 cents a share. Someone is a silly goose. No, they paid 50 cents a share. Unless you sold them for 30 cents. Yeah, they're down the premium, but I mean, if they've already if they've already, or if it's going to expire, then they're just going to exercise it, right? Volatility between 52.80 and 52.72 is nuts. I don't think it's that nuts. I wonder what the bulls think the beige book's gonna have. Williams is speaking right now, but not saying anything important. ETFs too? Yeah, because the initial settlement switches from T plus 2 to T plus 1. So instead of T5, it's T4. Well, actually, now it'll just really be T5, but technically it's T4. Burt Burbuck. Can we end green today? That's possible. More possible than losing 70. But if we lose 70, the Bulls are fucked. So they're going to defend it, right? Any changes I should make to my data sets I send you? Yeah, if you could get a little bit more lighting on the balls. They're hard to see. I sold some 250 strike CSVs on GoEV for 621. If things keep progressing as they are, I'll be owning some shares of this great company. What do you ask? The phone is breaking up. They plan to make cars. Do you like fish sticks? Only with tartar sauce. They've made a few cars, and they plan to make more. Tartar sauce is an underappreciated condiment. It really is. I feel like cocktail sauce gets the spotlight, and that shit's gross. No, I don't eat like fish sticks anymore. I buy like halibut fillets and then just bread them. Like I cut strips and bread them. Tartar sauce is known as mayo with other stuff. Yeah. Schwab just sent me an email to opt into paid in full lending for my BNED shares at 281%. I opted in, but does this mean anything for potential upcoming action or nothing, Burger? I mean, the borrow rate is quite high on BNED shares, which is possibly a good sign, given that that is the pool of the last liquidity of last resort, right? So once the borrow rate starts going up, it's a good indicator that shorts are not in a good position. I love fish sticks in and around my mouth. Nummy, nummy. Probably Dorker Carl. Thanks. Tartar sauce, same as Kenny Plus. It's just mayo and pickles. No, it's not. It's lemon and dill. Dill is just a bougie way of saying pickles. It's got capers sometimes. Stocks up, auto loans flat. They literally just took a giant jar of relish and a giant jar of mayo and dumped them together. No lemon juice? That's disgusting. I absolutely would never do that, Dave. I also wouldn't eat steak tartare. It's gross. Does a tail mean nothing nowadays? It means nothing yet. Retail sales indicate lower discretionary spending. It's time to short Target and Costco. Is Costco already down on the news? National economic activity continued to expand from early April to mid May. However, conditions varied across industries and districts. Prices increased at a modest pace over the reporting period. Employment rose at a slight pace overall. 8 districts reported negligible to modest job gains, and the remaining 4 districts reported no changes in employment. Hmm. What is Beige book? It's a report published by the Fed before FOMC meetings that covers like each Federal Reserve Bank district, and is like a compilation of observational data on current conditions in those districts. Did I hear we're buying puts on Costco? I'm thinking about it. Facebook is Facebook for meta normies. What are you bullish on? Not much. EPAM? FSLR and N-phase? Why is silver up but gold down? Well, one of those metals is useful. But gold's been recovering a bit today. Got a little bounce over the last couple of hours. Back out of that slimy 2330 range. SQQQ. Hmm. Did you see the conspiracy theories surrounding gold and silver? People are claiming that gold and silver short squeeze will be the black swan. One guy I follow said we're 4 days away. I haven't. I don't know why would they squeeze. We're probably going to get more central bank buyers if the currency risks keep increasing. They're on track, right? Dollar's up 40 points today. It's not good. People have been saying gold and silver are gonna short squeeze for years. Yeah, because COMEX. The positions they manage on GME are very similar to. They're like the step grandchildren of the original like COMEX market manipulation. I mean, if gold were to squeeze, which is fucking super unlikely, it kind of already has anyway. But if it were to squeeze more, they'd just shut it down. Remember that time all those nickel trades got straight up reversed by LME? Yep. I think we get another sub $6 entry on Beyond during this next off threshold time period. Hopefully. That'd be cool. Do you think we can chop into close before GDP, or we can get a small drop? Well, Charm's impact is about to become significantly greater. And if we don't stay above 52.75, the impact of that is going to be very bearish. So we'll see. If they can hold these levels, then they can probably keep it here for the rest of the day. But if we lose 52.75 again, it's going to be hard to get it back. Are we allowed to curse in here? I don't know. Are you? Fudge? There you go. See, he did it. Hmm. $26. Hmm. 1465 for the Jan 700. Fucking spreads are awful. That's not true. What the fuck is there no 650 strike? $585's got nice liquidity. No volume. Hmm. I know Costco has winnings tomorrow. All right, Dork, hear me out. BlackRock to 480. Kirk, she's not worth it. You're only gonna get 280% interest for like the next 6 days. Worth. How much BNet do you own? Don't tell me to shush. Can you look at Jimmy? What happened? It's a bag of shit. What do you mean, what happened? It got rejected from Gamma Max and now it's failing? What part is confusing? I wish SQQQ would reverse split so we can have a market crash. Wait, when are EPAM earnings? What's it saying it's having earnings? Weird. Tenure 4.62. I have roughly the same amount of Vegas as I did this morning. Is that normal? I picked up some Vega 2Ds today. Don't tell Popcorn. What do I mean by what? Yeah, risk up, but that's not necessarily the worst thing. NVIDIA price surge fueled by short-dated options. Superstock would be very upset if they could read this. DRS is the only way for true price discovery to work. GDP bounce? Maybe. It's a consolidated audit trail. It doesn't mean anything. It's not really very important. Well, we haven't failed 5275, but we also haven't broken away from it. We do have a downside gap. Feeling that could get charm moving along nicely the way we want it to go. We still have like an hour and a half. Ugh. Is FSLR affected by the Beige book? Not, shouldn't be too much. I mean, there's gonna be probably some commentary that affects the like district that they operate in, but I don't think it has like any kind of significant effect. FSLR is pretty simple. It's got support at 280 and at 270. And it's got a ramp up to 300. So if it breaks 85, it can keep running. If it doesn't, probably just gonna stagnate here, sitting in between resistance and the breakout. Any chance Netflix tests its all-time high before next earnings? Sure. It's pretty close. It's running into like a long-term trend here on the daily though, and it might get rejected at 62 and pull back a little bit first. I guess it could just break up. Ooh, here we go. Red candle. Why does your voice sound different? You've been practicing your Batman routine? No? One good continuation on the day, please. It doesn't even seem like a real thing. Yes, kind of looks like the flag might fail. but volume's not really picking up to the downside yet. Mm. Consecutive red candles or propaganda. You sound like your voice has extra bass. I don't know. Yeah, maybe allergies. Maybe you just got better headphones. Can Jimmy hold 20? It's got a wall. It's still got that wall of gamma there. Maybe. If it doesn't, I'm going to make a bunch more money. Hope you're having a good day. Would you mind sharing why you're bullish on EPAM? And what timeline you expect to see them rebound from the downtrend it's on currently? I don't know. It could take a few months. I'm hoping through like midsummer into early fall. I think they're horribly mispriced given their earnings, and the drop in multiples was ridiculous off of the slightly more conservative forward guidance, right? It really, like, their forward guidance wasn't really bad enough to warrant, the price drop that we saw. They've also extracted a lot of their operations from Ukraine, and so a lot of risk is being priced in on that front that just doesn't exist. Would you be confident holding APAM shares or just calls? I mean, I don't see any reason not to have the options if you can get an okay fill. But shares are probably fine too. Pricey, but probably okay. That's always going to be true for emerging economies putting flaps. Carl's talking about providing liquidity to BNED shorts. Oh, maybe that is bullish. Hmm. Well, we filled the gap. Yeah. EPAM. 52.25 end of day. That'd be dope. End of day prediction for SPX. And the most likely place to close is literally right where we're sitting. Um there is a chance that this drop picks up momentum. And if it does, Charm could push us a lot lower. Charm and the ramp of puts to the downside could push us a lot lower. Odds Trumperino gets convicted, pretty good. Odds Trumperino goes to prison. I feel like that's unlikely. I told you 75 was important. Maybe like, what about like White House arrest? You know, like he's just not allowed to leave the White House. I don't think he's allowed in the White House. How's that slavery? If he holds out long enough, he can grant himself amnesty. Didn't they already go over that one? He can't. Like, last sitting president can't excuse themselves for crimes. I'm voting for Kanye in 2024. I'm actually putting in I'm penciling in Jay Fresh's wife. She's a power top, and that's what this country needs. Tommy mommy. This chat's so cringy when politics come up. I think the answer to that is that politics are just cringy. Carl's wife for VP makes sense. Anyone under 60, 2024. Why would somebody with no ambition run for president? What are you suggesting we do what the Greeks did and just random people every 4 years? I like it. Imagine having beliefs. Gross. I know. Is your put gonna go in the money at the last minute again? I'm here to find out. It worked so well for the Greek economy. I mean, it used to. At least it'd be fun again. Lobbying would take on a whole new fresh perspective. Yeah, I'll open a straddle tonight. Charm is more negative, under 75. But really that just makes it harder to get back to 75. That doesn't it's not at the point yet where it's gonna just like rocket us down, right? Think of it like a like a small cut and it gets bigger. The more we drop, the more it bleeds. Vega flip? I don't know, like fucking 500, 5,400 something. Just specific days to expiry you look for. Intra week, I usually do about 3 days. Sometimes before big events or over the weekend, I'll mix that up a bit. Tonight, I'm going to do like 2 DTE calls and 20 some odd DTE puts. That's okay, guys. Bulls saved the day. I'll be gone. Pick something else. Dad, I only made a little money today. Yeah, it's been pretty awful. Hmm. The world isn't ready for what? For Popcorn's OnlyFans? You're finally gonna do it? I don't use straddles on SPY. Is 52.75 a good spot to set up my 1 month straddle that I can touch until Tuesday next week? It's a major strike, so it could be fine. Could you use straddles on us instead? I mean, I could. I do them on SPX. Hmm. Interesting. QQQ's failing again. This is a little bit better. Nice little spike on VIX. Dork, I'm up 2%. I did it. I can close everything. Will Chipotle split be good for IV? I'm thinking of doing long straddles post. No. Splits aren't good for IV. Hmm. kind of cool. Is this gonna finally fail? I don't think we have enough time. Oh, fucking ES looks so bearish. Look at this shit. Just need to get back below 52.85. Imagine if we got volume on the downside. It'd be so cool. It's not even power hour yet. It almost is. As a carry trade levers the max, shortfall maxed out, not going to cause a singularity in the stock market when this unwinds. Well, they're hoping that the Fed and the BOJ are going to let them unwind very, very slowly over several years. Will I get preferred stock for all of my Chipotle reward points? Did you see that TradingView has an option strat thing? No. Where? Main page under products. Oh, that's neat. Oh, so it's just like a strategy builder. Looks like it doesn't have. Oh, it's all just like nifty 50 for indexes, though. Gross. What pattern would you call this? Oh. It's like, no, hold on, is that a lower low? Why can't I pull up SPX on TradingView? Weird. Hmm. I mean, on ES, it's like a rectangle consolidation. It's a bit messy, but usually this is like a downside continuation. I think it's enough to confirm that. Yeah. These usually come after a larger move down. But it's kind of just like a period of indecision where where there's insufficient buyers to drive the upside. It could turn into a megaphone, but like volatility's been flat all day, so we're not really seeing like an increase in realized vol. There's no way repeatedly failing to regain 5275 is bullish though. I think it's really just a question of how bearish can it get at this point. It doesn't look like there's like any call interest anywhere. The bulls are kind of just dumping all of their energy into keeping the price stabilized, so they're not really getting a lot of reach. I mean, they're in what they're doing here really is just ensuring that their short calls aren't getting squeezed. Because everything from like 265 down to 250, or short puts, everything from 265 down to 250 is just a shitload of short puts. And if those start falling in the money, they're going to start squeezing, right? And then you have charm pushing that squeeze down, so it can get like pretty ugly pretty fast. That's why they're defending it so much, because there's a huge amount of downside risk. Yes, they're using NVIDIA to hold QQQ up. I mean, up. Well, keep it from going down more is, I think, more accurate. Would you say this big money lulling dumb money normies into a false sense of stabilization? No, I don't think so. I think it's just big money trying to get out. I mean, I think most normies don't have a lot of confidence in the market right now. Like people are a little bit bullish because they need to be, but fears 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 pretty elevated. Like no one thinks this is normal. The average person is still pretty concerned about the economy. Big money getting out while there's still liquidity. Yeah. I mean that's what the short vol on the call side tells you. Hopefully no one gets food stuck in their teeth and accidentally grabs one of the toothpicks holding up this market. I can't believe the carry trade hit like 20-year highs. That's still fucking blowing my mind. Like this was the max leverage on the carry trade back in like '07. And now we're above that. Which is actually fucking nuts. We're almost at 9x leverage. Fucking crazy. How do we make money off of that? Well, you could go really long the yen with a lot of time and hope it doesn't just completely collapse. Market crash gonna stop MOASS. There was never a MOASS. MOASS was fucking January of 2021. Hold on to your butts. It's power hour. Yeah, I can't wait to trade between 52.71 and 52.74 for the rest of the day. Have you guys ever figured out how or why the volume on GME varies so much each day? Do you want to be more specific? Like, why does volume on GME go up? And then why is it not sometimes that high? GME is pretty consistent cyclical covering of short vol, which drives a lot of volume. It's usually initiated by a large amount of put selling, and then short calls pull back. There's a ton of delta on the chain, which drives shitloads of turnover from the market maker. Once that delta starts falling off, there's less volume. How do you usually predict with such accuracy where the market will go? Lots of tools and experience. Got a pretty decent amount of data on SPX at any given moment. And then, I've also been doing this a long time. I wonder how you go from 100 million to 20 million in a day and then vice versa. Options. They're leveraged. All right, think about it this way, right? So GME moves up $5. Okay. And there's, let's say 1,000 options on the chain at 25. The delta on those options is going to increase, right, as the price goes up. So let's try to use current numbers. Give me a second. So say you have the June 24, 25, or June 21, $25 call. At spot currently, it has 0.514 delta. And if GME were to go up to $26, it would have 61.4 delta. Okay. So that's 10 shares per contract at the strike that need to be bought. Okay. So, you've got 10,000 shares of GME that need to be bought on that move for these 1,000 contracts. Okay. Now you can extrapolate that, right? And like, once you understand this, you can go out to the full options chain, right? And you're looking at hundreds of thousands of contracts, all equivalently leveraged, right? You're looking at things like Vega exposure, where, increases in implied volatility force more delta hedging, right? Because some of those contracts are picking up even more delta because they're further dated in IV spikes. And then as IV goes back down, less and less shares need to be turned over for every 1 cent change in price. Okay, so just magnify this situation by 100, 200, 300, 400,000 contracts that are on the chain at any given time. And then if it comes down $5, the MM sells those 10,000 shares, right? And for every tick in between, they're buying and selling and buying and selling and buying and selling constantly. So the more overall delta, like the more NAV delta exposure the MM has, the more volume will be generated by any movement in price. Understood. I just want to understand the real mechanics instead of buying into dark pool conspiracy theories. Thank you. No problem. Yeah, something like 95% of the volume. I know a bunch of people analyzed this like way back in the day on Supersonic. It's something like 90 to 95% of the volume on any given day on GME is due to hedging of its options. the more it's running, the more of that volume is due to hedging the options chain. This is why I always told people, like, before I got banned and kicked out of that community, right? I was, I tried to tell people that retail's power was in the options chain, right? Not in the underlying. Like, buying the underlying, it's nice, yeah, you can hold it, whatever. But if you're buying a share of GME right now at $20, you're getting exposure to one share, right? But if you buy out of the money options contract, or even an in the money options contract, like, let's not even be super dangerous with it. Say you spend $500 and you buy a 20C for June, right? So you actually pick up some nice delta. You're gonna get exposure to what, like six? What's GME's at right now? 2175. So it's like 6.66 or 66.6 delta. Roughly. Hold on, let me check. Yeah. I nailed it. So yeah, so you get 66 shares, right, of leverage versus, let's say an equivalent amount of money. So you're spending $500, you'd get 2023. So for the same amount of money, you get, you know, uh, 273.74% more exposure or leverage, right? So as far as like capital used, options are far more efficient driver of price action than buying shares. So buying shares really doesn't do anything to the price, right? Because you buy your 23 shares, even let's say you push the bid up buying your shares, you move GME's price to like 21.73, right? But if you force the to buy 66 shares on your behalf, you could push the price to like 21.75, right? I mean, this would require GME be fairly illiquid, but it's significantly more impactful at scale, right? Because you can scale up those amounts, right? And say, super stonks spending $50,000 in a given day chasing GME buying shares. They're getting what, like 2,000 something shares. But if they were buying the options contract, they'd be getting 333,000 shares instead. That's just the spread, Clapton. And there's really no like payment for order flow in the options market, right? So, you know, realistically, it's the battleground in which retail can compete at the most equivalent level to institutions. Oh yeah, it's 100 contracts. Yeah, 100 contracts. My bad. Still, yeah, 2,300 shares versus 6,600 shares. But that's in the money, right? You start buying out of the money, and that can change dramatically as the price moves. So you can buy out of the money options that have like 0.2 delta, and they can go to 0.5 delta as the price moves up, and your leverage becomes more magnified as the price moves higher, right? And there's more intrinsic value in the options contract. Whereas shares always maintain the same amount of leverage regardless of the price. Big old peenish V into the end of day. It's still going to be really hard to regain 52.75. It's nice that we almost failed 52.70 again. Options are shill fud. Infinity Pool and purple floaties is where it's at. Yeah, I know. What are the chances SPX dumps overnight? Uh, hmm. I don't think we have any data that anyone gives a shit about. Slim. Unless Bostic says something crazy. Nothing's really happening until GDP. FSLR going to 300 or 270. Like I said, if it breaks 85, it can go to 300. $52.70 is definitely not going to happen. Too well defended. And we just tested 52.69. The defense there breaks down into the end of the day. So those defensive positionings, all that defensive positioning becomes weaker as theta decays it. Don't forget all those puts are sold, right? So the charm decay on the MM side means that the MM will be dumping the delta that they're hedging those puts with. The only way around that is to shift the price level high enough that the effect of the dumping of those is offset by the in the money call positions. So you're expecting your 5240 to 2x? No, I'd be surprised if it even tested 5240. Those are just God. Yeah. I guess I could close them and get my $24 back. What the fucking hate this bug. How does Costco look going into earnings? The Beige book today and dropping consumer sentiment probably aren't good for them, but I'd imagine they'll be fine. It's probably still too soon for them to get hit really hard. They'd have to miss on like membership numbers or something, and I can't remember what their big membership season is, but I think it's like during the holiday season is when most of their memberships expire or get renewed. And so it's probably more likely that we'd see damage to the price later in the year. Although I did good shorting them on the last correction. That went fine. I mean, it's super overvalued, so it's got some range, but I probably wouldn't directly play earnings. Repeat after me. GoEV has done nothing today. Here's the prices you need to be concerned with on GoEV. $2, $2.50. $3. If it's not one of those prices, the rest don't really matter. Zero is probably important, but it's $2 away from that. Bull's just not giving up. They're trying to hold 75 into close and establish neutral positioning. If they get above 75, they can close their short puts without dumping the market all over the place. Groovy is down 8.72%. Who gives a shit? It's above $2. It's less than 250. What do you own? Stock? Gross. My Jan 2026 7Cs are down 3 cents. Rough. It is a bad time to ask this. Does GoEV make cars? I thought they had a huge post office contract. They have a contract. It's not huge, but they have a contract to furnish vehicles. The making of the vehicles, that's difficult. His paid Discord's called Private Dinners with Bank CEOs. Time for some 30-minute expiries. Ugh. Nah. I don't really want to. Dark, my Vega puts are down 1%. I'm ruined. I need you to send me donations. Kev D, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord if you need help getting added to the country club. What's considered a Vega play? I bought like 20 September 4600 Ps today. $45.50, sorry, $45.50 Ps. Bull's gonna hold into close. Hold what? All of their call buying's been in the money. I mean, sure, I guess. I don't know if we could get to 5,300. Maybe like 5,290 at most. There's still more put walls. Fuck this market. It's super boring. Oh, look, we found the 5280 put wall again. Fubo found a bottom at 120. Bad time to enter Jan 17, 2025, 150C. It may not have found a bottom. There's still liquidity. It could still be shorted down further. It's just very stable at 121. It did get a little bit of covering today, though, which is kind of interesting. Not much. I'd be very interested to see if Fubo starts to rise as we approach earnings. That could be somewhat bullish. But I wouldn't jump into anything just yet. They maxed out the carry trade and basically got nowhere. No, they got everywhere. You're missing the point. The forward yield on volatility is still negative 1.9 and not positive. So they've kept VIX out of backwardation successfully all day. Unless their short puts get squeezed here, in which case they're fucked. It's nice having a market 100% manipulated by the banks. Yeah, it kind of is. As long as you know how they're manipulating it, you can make a lot of money. No one's getting squeezed at 75. But if we fail 75, remember, charm's negative under 75, right? And that can push us into 270. And if we start pushing into the like 270, 265 short puts, those can squeeze off. They've defended them so far, but defending them gets harder and harder as the day progresses. $50 to $71.50. So they blue-balled VIX. Well, they did their best, right? In order to keep it suppressed until the GDP print. I thought the real MOASS is having a ton of out-of-the-money puts during a crash. I mean, that's super nice. I just want volatility above 50, right? That's where it gets really fun. Because you can do things like buy 100 BPS wide strangles on QQQ with like 10x leverage. And then both sides of your strangle can go 400 points in the money in one day. How does Cuba feel about Cuban businesses opening bank accounts in the US? How do they withdraw the money? To like hop in a Dixie cup and row across the Caribbean to Florida? I'll just read the headline, Gherk. All right. Is Cuba part of the FAST system? B-Ned's doing weird shit. Does anyone know how to stop the stream being paused or frozen? Just refresh it? It's just a flat line. There's like no volume traded. That's weird. Oh, goody. We're testing 5280 again. How exciting. Hmm. Big spikes at Delta are weird. How do you think SPX will react to GDP? I don't know. I don't know what the numbers are going to be. If GDP is hotter, it should be pretty bearish. Because PCE should be up for a quarter or two. Quite a lot. It's an important level for BNED to close over $1. If FSLR closes over $1, is that good? I don't know. FSLR finally found a resistance that it couldn't just smash through immediately. It's more than due for a pullback. GoEV dropping for any particular reason? It's a shit penny stock. That's the 12th GoEV question today. Yeah, Dixie's still going up. But yields are like kind of topping out. Yields are probably going to top out till tomorrow morning. And then if GDP is hot, Dixie's going to skyrocket. Why are people asking about GoEV? I have no fucking clue. I assume they're selling in the money CSPs with not a lot of theta. But even if they were, they wouldn't be down very much on the purchase of shares. So yeah, I really don't know why. Yeah, Dell's on a heater. I saw. I'd still be cautious of it with indexes the way they are right now. Am I gonna miss GoEV MOASS while I'm gone? I doubt it. That's not even back on Reg Show yet. Yeah, I don't play earnings. I don't really care about that. GoEV never ran on Reg Show. Yes, it did. It went up like 70%. Wait, they don't make electric canoes? I'm out of this play. I think you can only adjust the cost basis on the Boomer website, but I'm not sure if you can do it on. Maybe you could do it on ATP. Or maybe if you adjust it on the Boomer website, it'll update on ATP. Could you put QQQ on screen? Sure. Ooh. Nice. You know what I should put on screen? That. That's what matters. Does anyone know if I can trade in Mexico? Why not? I heard you talk about your straddle strategy earlier. Do you mind discussing it again? I'd really rather not. I'm pretty sure there's like a video on it. Just ask in the Discord. Literally everyone's like copied the link at this point. It's pretty simple. You buy a straddle and then you sell it when each side of it's in the money. Or one side of it goes massively in the money, and then you don't care about the other side. No, probably not anytime soon. Maybe after ETF FTDs, which should be like next week. If you get assigned a CSP, does it adjust your cost basis? It should. Can I watch the stream in Mexico? Do you have internet? I guess it would just depend where you're going in Mexico. I meant specifically for tomorrow. Oh, I'm buying 2 DTE calls. It looks like at 52.75, which is unfortunately where I said we would close and where it looks like we're closing, which is depressing. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna buy 2 DTE calls and I'm gonna buy puts for Juno picks. How would you handle mismanaging a straddle? Like you sell the put on a dip, but it keeps dipping. Grab some 0 DTs. Yeah, you kind of got it. I mean, if you understand the levels that we trade in, right, and the option structure, you should know what the potential range of the move is, right? So, you buy a 52.75 and we dip below 52.60, right? You're probably going to hold that put for a test at 52.50, 52.55, right? I mean, it's just about understanding the relative range in which we're trading and what the MM is pricing in. I actually still have 5300s for Friday from last night that I haven't closed. I guess I'll just hold those into tomorrow. Maybe I'll pick up less of an upside hedge because of that. For the premium disparity, are you 2-to-1 call to put? I'm not gonna be 2-to-1 call to put. I'm probably gonna be equal on the number of contracts, but like I said, I still have 5300s open from last night. So I closed my 5300 puts this morning. Right, I got stopped out of them on the low test. But I still have the 5300 calls for Friday open. So I'm going to open 5275 calls for Friday. Uh, and then I'm just going to open the puts. I mean, I'm bearish long term. So there's a lot of like long-term projection built into how I choose to straddle. It's not just it's a dynamic position. It's not going to be just like I buy, these puts at these puts and calls at this DTE every day because I don't. Give me one second. I got a phone call. All right. I'm trying to figure out how best to position. I mean, it's probably not going to be the same as me. I have like condors that are open that I have to factor in, which I've been scaling out of while I pick up Vega, like more Vega exposed puts, and um, I have dead straddle legs, 5,300, so that I have to factor that in as well. We're below gamma neutral right now, though, right? So I mean, a break to the upside is probably going to have a fairly decent amount of range. Like if GDP is in the bull's favor, right, and we get moderate growth and PCE isn't as high as expected, we're probably going to move up to 5,300, 5,325 really fast, right? So um I'm not really concerned about having long dated exposure to the upside. Whereas, you know, on the put side, I want to ensure that I have plenty of theta so I can hold on to those positions. Yeah, losing 52.75 is bearish. Gherk's been bearish on the broader market since 2022. I mean, I'm bearish on the economy. I've been pretty indifferent to the market since like mid 2022. For the last 6 months, I've just played whatever range we're trading in. The last time I had like a big bearish position was like on the drop into October. Looks like it's time for me to start buying the 2-year. Ooh. It's getting close. Get out of my head. I mean, I like a 2-year at 5%. I don't know what else to say about it. Doric, I'm up 3% on my Vega puts. Everything's saved. No margin call for me. Oh, Jesus fuck. Market crash incoming. You know perfectly well we're just going to stabilize and bounce back to 75 here, right? Ooh, I should buy my calls now, though. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna buy my 75 calls and then see if I get to straddle or strangle for tomorrow. If we keep dropping, I'm gonna have to strangle. Ugh. Come on, you useless fucking bulls. Push it back up again. If VIX closes at 14, your margin's gonna get blown up. How many more weeks till Black Monday? God. 2.5 more weeks of this shit? No, this is really bad. We lost 70. Don't you don't want calls. I'm just buying the calls for the at 75 because they got a lot cheaper. Are there any puts down here to capitulate? This might squeeze out the short puts into close if it keeps dropping. Oof, that's rough. Okay. They're fighting back a little bit, right? My 50-15p got less cheap. Buy the generational dip, boys. What's the ultra bear case for GDP tomorrow? GDP's hot as fuck. PC comes in as expected. Also hot as fuck. Come on, give me my put entry. Bounce. Let's go. Hmm. Yeah, we slipped 75. Things got spicy for a second. Yeah, I won't be here tomorrow. Don't forget. I can leave the stream running. I'll just leave like SPX up or something, but I'm not going to be here tomorrow. Most of the day. I might be back before close, but that'll depend on traffic. I have to go out to Long Island tomorrow. And it usually takes me like 3 hours to get back. Oh, fuck. Bounce failed. Looks like I'm going to be buying 52.65 puts. Yeah, I can leave VIX and SPX up. Come on, just test it so I can get a fill. Alright, that's fine. Are you bearish on NVIDIA? Not until after the split. VIX over 14. Blasphemy. VIX at 14.20. Party time. What's funny is NQ's recovering quite a lot. Ding ding. I'll probably bounce back to, I don't know, like 52.90 or something overnight. All right. So we almost got the actual breakdown of that consolidation, but way too close to close, which I was kind of worried about. We did exceed the market maker's downside expected move today, closing down 74 BPS. VIX up 9.37%. VIX 3-month up 4%. Gold pulled back again. So did silver. Oil down today after tapping 80 yesterday. Dow and Russell underperforming quite a lot. Dollar up almost 50 points, mostly against the euro and the pounds, but a decent amount against the yen and the yuan as well. On the yield side, 2 years at 4.977. The 3-month hit 5.4. 5 years at 4.6. 10 years at 4.6. 20 at 4.8 and the 30 at 4.7. That's actually quite a big move on the 30 over the course of this week. Broad commodities down about 100 points today. Still consolidating after that breakout last week. Hopefully continues to find support at like the 105 level. Yields turning up and dollar moving up into the end of the day. Correlation on the 1 month breaking down pretty rapidly, and advancing over the breakdown and correlation on the 3-month, but both of them pretty consistent with the moves that we're seeing in VIX. Tech still outperforming by a little bit, and breadth coming down really hard. RSP down 113 points today. The USD JPY carry trade breaking out to new highs in leverage at almost 9x. This is a 20-year high for the carry trade, which is impressive, but it's keeping the forward yield volatility just under that breakout to positive, ending the day at negative 0.76, 0.62%. That could change in after hours, especially as risk premium is priced in on VIX futures. And we're still getting quite a lot more inversion on the 10-2 year. So tightening in that yield curve inversion, and more demand for long volatility is basically what you can draw from this. Also, JPY USD carry trade massively over leveraged. Move continues to move up as bond markets are seeing quite a bit of a correction, especially on the longer end of the curve. A little bit of a reversal in skew, not very significant, and this is also yesterday's print. We may see a little bit of a continuation of this, especially with the weak close at the end of the day. Remember, on those weak closes, we can see overnight gap downs, and so it may be that, we see more and more participants carrying a little bit of a tail risk hedge. 34.99% of the S&P now below its 20-day moving average. Despite that, I think most of the Mag 7 are above their 20-day moving average, and largely that concentration is still holding the market up, despite the rest of the index failing. And a lot of short vol today. I know they didn't move vol, right? But correlation between VIX futures and cash VIX moved from negative 33% to negative 38%. So we are seeing a lot of that money being used to short vol. It's just that they're shorting vol against strong demand for long volatility, and so we're not seeing vol move a lot, but it is being shorted really heavily. And we are now pricing into the end of the day. I think for the first time since the bottom back in April, we're pricing in just a little less than one rate cut for 2024, which is, interesting. On the daily, on S&P, today's failure saw us fall below trend. We were looking for, kind of a topping topping position, something similar to this, except we're a little bit more dependent on GDP data here. But we did fail, and we are still trading within the range of last Thursday's drop. Breakdown below, I believe that's 52.57. We'll see at least the first signal of a correction, at which point we will look to closing that gap from a couple weeks ago. We'll look to the EMA 30 and the MA 50. Breakdown of the MA 50, and we're going to be looking for a test, down here at, 5100, 5190, or 5000. So quite a lot of range opens up if we're able to get through these small pockets of resistance up here near the money. Also, today we did close just above that. Once again, we just closed just above that monthly level at or weekly level at 52.64, and that's where we start to confirm a reversal on the longer term time frames. Oops, wait, 52. Yeah, 52.64.85. I don't know why that's there. Sometimes these move around or I drag them by accident. So yeah, still closing just above that. Although we did test below earlier this morning. A close below that is what we're looking for, and then we'd look towards the 52.11 level, 52.25, for continued confirmation of the downside move. 5,000 end of week? No. No, that would probably take a little while, but it would be the start of a correction. So maybe something more similar to like these, get like maybe 1.5. I guess we could get like 2%, but I think a bit early in the month for us to see a move that big. Closer to OPEX or into OPEX, possibly we would see a bigger move on the weekly. Especially if charm were to start to flip negative on the monthly and weekly contracts, which we're not super far away from. So it's possible. But right now we're still very far from delta neutral. And the path from GN down to delta neutral tends to be pretty choppy because of all the volatility. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I will see you all maybe tomorrow later in the day, if not Friday morning. I wish you all the best of luck handling the GDP print. Later, guys.